Good morning, guys. Hope y'all are doing good today. Today I am feeling a little better. Still not great. I went to work today and it wasn't too bad. So we stopped at this point yesterday. We have to figure this part out before we can continue. Need to implement a system for how presend dircheck logic will be called via timestamp as calculated property to ensure addition of every data point change to be added directly to change attribute list associated change attribute before we can continue working on the inside of dircheck mod. Okay, yeah, so I know I know what I meant when I wrote that, and yeah, I kind of got a little bit ahead of myself, I guess. I don't think I did too wrong though. Like I think I did right for the most part. So today's the 28th. We're starting at 10:45. That's a little early for me, you know, compared to, you know, like usually I start a little later than this, and so yeah, this is really like a lot of talking. It's a lot of brainstorming. It's not a lot of coding, unfortunately. I'm at the tail end of this project, which means every modification requires more consideration because there's so many integrated systems that rely on one another, and it's a very like delicate structure of code, probably because, you know, this is my first big Python project, so it's not perfect. I didn't code everything, structure it perfectly, obviously, which is why I'm having to restructure it. But you know, I think I think you still have to be careful whether, you know, you're a veteran or you're a newbie like myself. If you know, I still refer to myself as a newbie, but I do have like 3 years at this point of Python experience. Anyway, so where we left off specifically was right here, and I think this is literally a copy of what I just read from my things to do, and actually this should be in its own group. I think that's what they call it, a group. So you can switch between one group and the other by hitting Control 1 and Control 2. So you see it's going back and forth from the left side and the right side. It says stop here. Need to implement system for how presend dircheck logic will be called via timestamp as calculated property ? To ensure addition of every data point change to be added directly to change attribute list associated change attribute before we can continue working on changing this code / finishing inside of dircheck modification. And I think, yeah, I think that is correct because we are like, you know, this whatever decisions I make there are going to directly determine what I'm gonna have to write here in this section. So we will pick up exactly where we left off, and I'm trying to think of. Okay, so we were. Let's go to our things to do because I have a specific. Okay, so we were. Alright, right here, I think for requirement number 5, we put instead of presend dircheck referencing time list to determine whether alterations have been made to a particular attribute, we should reference the changed attribute list, which would be directly updated at the exact moment the modification was made to the attribute. Yeah, this I'm not really fond of that song. I don't like it. It's like very repetitive. Let's check our link. Sounds good. Need to stopped here. Need to implement system for how pre-send dirt check logic will be called via timestamp is calculated property question mark to ensure addition of every data point changed. All right. Yep. Link works. That's good. So instead of pre-sender check reference time dig, yeah, we're going to reference the change attribute list. Which is even more direct. Like basically
Chain check music.
okay. I'll update a couple of my playlist here. All right, so this is really important. I want to make sure I do this right the first time. And let me go to the steps. Let me just go over our requirements real quick. Reshuffle check logic, reshuffle DTM logic. Use time curve counter, action counter, okay. Requirement 4, have to ensure that we will not be updating timestamp values. Receiving cargo shows with multi-type race conditions to other data assignments. Okay. Check. Okay. Right, so that's I'm up to date on that. I think I want to go to the actual step-by-step, and this is where we're going to change things, I think. So Create the timestamp logic for all unaccounted for adders. Alright, modify player trigger. Okay. Now, so what we could do is so I kind of want to just make an outline of this, like a visual outline. But it won't let me use paint. Like, I don't know what happened, but apparently, yeah, so like the paint app is just, it's just gone. Who knows? Whatever, it's just gone. 3D paint, doesn't Windows also come with that? Yeah, apparently that is not a thing either. Anyway, so I was hoping to have a way I could just like visualize this easily. I was just going to use paint, but all of a sudden paint is not here. There's paint 3D. I guess we could use that, but so I'm trying to make a good outline for this. So let's try to see if we can change the text size. We want to make it not too big, so maybe 16. Okay, that should be good. We'll say we'll just call this the attribute. Okay, so we have our attribute, and so we have our adder. It's our starting point, and then we have another section, and that is okay. Quiet. No. Okay. Here we go. Alright. And then from the adder, we have the let's call it the setter, because it's going to be a calculated property. So we have our adder, we have our setter. Okay. And then from there we have our so let's say from there, where do we go from the setter? So we change the attribute which calls the setter, and then from the setter or in certain cases it wouldn't be the setter, it would be the custom append list logic. So we would just call that cal we just call that cal logic. So we have the two options for this. We have the setter or the cal logic, and for setters are for the attributes, cal logics are for the card groups modification. So then what? Then we have the adder, the setter, the cal logic, and let's just go from the setter. So we have our attribute, we modified it via the setter, and then that is going to, I mean, at this point, I'm thinking we do need a timestamp, because that is how everything is going to be organized. So then we're going to put update timestamp. Okay. So we do need that for sure after the setter, but we also need to do another task, and that is, what is that exactly? That would be that would be well, it would be the send dir check call. It would be the actual dir check call. So now let's go back to the code and let's look at this. So let's pick a sample attribute for this. Sorry about that. I am still sick. I think I'm actually going to take some medicine right now. I got it here in front of me, but I couldn't remember if I took it earlier, and now that I'm feeling like real stuffy, I'm pretty sure I didn't take it. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take it. Yeah, so this is really important. We have to be very careful with how we do this. We want to make sure I do it the right way. Oh, and I ordered my webcam. I went off of Temu for $6. And I bet you it's going to be really good. Watch. We'll see. If not, they let you return item for free. So, you know, I always like buy the cheapest thing. And, you know, like, I don't buy necessarily the cheapest one, but I look at the reviews and usually go for pretty much the cheapest one. And then, good, I keep it. If not, I return it. So, we'll see in a few days. About a week or so. So let us go through and let me think this through a little further, because we have to and here's what I was trying to figure out. So first of all, when dir check gets called for pre-send, I just was like blanking out, like what exactly happens when we call dir check send? When we call dir check send, what exactly happens? And this is all the receive section. I'm trying to get to the send. Okay, so here's the send section. So we'll use card group data dict as an example. So when we run this function, it will have the parameters passed to it, which means that to call dircheck as it currently exists, we first have to run what we can call the pre-dircheck logic, which sets up all the parameters, and then from there we call dircheck with those given args that are dynamically calculated. And let's just use card group data dict as an example. It will check to see if item, which we would pass to it as the adder name, is equal to card group data dict, and then we say well, we don't check that because like we know that it's going to be populated. So here's what I'm thinking with this outline, this visual outline I'm trying to make. I'm trying to figure out, and I'll add this one in actually because it does need to be added. We already established that. We'll call it pre-dir check arg assignment. So that's important. How do we just like make this full screen? Okay, here we go. So we're going to this. Okay. So we can see everything. Where did it scroll? There we go. So this, I think, yeah, so that's pretty much the entire screen right there. Alright, so we have the adder, and let's move that. So this is our adder, or we'll call it, actually, let's call it calculated property. So we'll go to text, and we'll make this be calculated property, and this will just get deleted. We'll move this one over here, but then we also have what is called the custom append list instance, or in other words, the card groups. Okay. So we have these two. We have the calculated property, then we have the custom append list instance. For the calculated property, we go from there to the setter, and for custom append list, the equivalent of that is cal logic, which is sort for custom append list. And then we want to update the timestamp. So both of these converge and update the timestamp. And then at some point we have to do our pre-dircheck arg assignment, and then our send dircheck. But here is where things are like ambiguous. I may end up restructuring this section here, that I'm like, from this point onward, I want to try to streamline this process, but at the same time I don't want to disrupt our current system. unless I like have to or have a really good reason to do that. And so this whole thing is actually we'll call this the send side. Send side. DTM modification. Just call it send side DTM. Middle. And now so the pre-dirt check arg assignment, that is done in in the client file. Dirt check is well, that's in the dirt check function. So after we update the timestamp, what ends up happening is let's put append to associated changed attrdict, and that happens after this happens before. Does it happen before sender check? Let's see. So attr val equals copy that copy, and then okay, yeah. So the appending to, so all of the logic for appending to the associated attrdict happens inside of dir check. So let's put that. Let's make this a little. Say. Make this a little smaller, like 12, and put it inside dirt check. So currently, the append to associated change attrdict happens inside of dirt check. Oops. Let's try this. So this happens inside of dirt check. And when I write send dirt check here, what I mean is call send dirt check. So I should actually be a little bit more specific. But what else happens inside of dirt check? So first, let's see if we can copy this and then paste it. And now let's move. So pre-dirt check arg assignment. So this happens inside of dirt check. I don't know how useful this is going to be, guys, but I feel like this is what I need to do. It's going to help me organize my operations. It's like flashcards. So we have calculated property, the setter, and this happens inside of the setter. So let's put inside setter or cal logic. I actually want that to be on one line if I can. Inside cal logic. So we'll have 2 lines. So the update happens from inside the cal logic or inside the setter. And this we're gonna change. We're gonna add put call. So we actually want to do call center check. Okay. So this means we would have to, it would be ordered like this. It would be ordered just like this. Okay. So we have the setter, and we can do like a line, like lines. Just do a line from calculated property to the setter. Then we have the setter timestamp cal go from our custom append list to our cal logic to update timestamp here to here. Alright. So not only do we want to update the timestamp, but we also want to, let's see, we want to we don't want to just update the timestamp. We also want to append timestamp to what? We want to append the timestamp to, that's the question. Do we want to append it to the, let's write this, we'll write this out. Do we want to append it to the changed attribute list? Or do we want to append this to the timestamp list? I don't think we would use the time dictionary actually, because I'm going to tell you why in a second. We're just going to write this out. So let's actually zoom this out a little bit. How how do we make our canvas a little bigger? So let's make our canvas even larger. Okay. So now we're just gonna select so this actually would get moved over. And we'll put append timestamp to. But what? What do we want to append the timestamp to? That's the question. And our two options are going to be the time date or the changed attribute list. And then from there we will do the pre-dirtcheck art assignments. Okay. Now, here's why I don't think we should use the time dictionary. Well, so if we update the, actually, let's go look first at the custom append list. Let's go look at the function itself, the append. All this happens through append or pop or whatever. And so whenever we modify certain card groups, we are appending associated data to the actual skeleton deck dictionary. Or in like the case, we're going to work with this single case, which is the card group data dict. So let's try to find the card. Let's look for card group data dict here. Okay, the card group data dict actually isn't. Card group data dict is actually appended to via the. It's through the card file, I think. Let's see, card group data dict dot. Okay, yeah, so here's how the card group data dict. Now this one would fall under setter. So in the system that we're proposing, every time we modified anything like this, in this instance it would be the X attribute of the card object, we would check to see if change from dirtcheck is equal to false and card.dataTransfer is equal to true. In that case, we would update the card group data dict with the associated card ID and pass it this list, which consists of the current data that for the card. And in this proposition, we would have it update the timestamp. So let's just go ahead and put this. We'll put proposition, and we'll write 326 or 328 DTM DTM proposition. It's the 28th, so it's 27th. And then we would say, what exactly the timestamp? What timestamp would we need? Technically, we wouldn't need to have a certain timestamp. Like, we actually wouldn't have to have a named timestamp attribute for this particular card be updated. We could simply say, at this point in time, we changed this data and we added it to the card group data dictionary, and that would... So, and honestly, we could do this. We could do this through the card group data dict itself, because if we were to just do this right here on this line in the X itself, that means unless we added a certain if clause, this would happen every time we change the X. And as a matter of fact, we only actually use the card group data dict under like rarer circumstances. We don't normally update cards XY values and stuff like that through the card group data dict. We actually just use the like the other card groups, such as the skeleton player data dict and so on and so forth. Anyway, so we, in this case anyway, we wouldn't put the data, we wouldn't put this timestamp here. We could, actually, we could just indent it. I'm a little bit tired. So yeah, so this is, I think if we just did this, it would be fine. If we just indented it here, so that only whenever change from dirt check is equal to false, and card data transfer is true, meaning only during the times that we want to transfer this data over the network, because that's the whole purpose of this in the first place, would we execute this code. No, I think that sounds right. So then we would put, we could just say, well, even better, we would append, honestly, I think we could just do this to a universal class dot changed attribute, and I don't know if it should be a list. Definitely not a dictionary though. Maybe it could be a dictionary. Maybe it could be a dictionary that has the key as the attribute name. The attribute name would be the key, but in this case, what exactly would be the key? Would it be... See, that's the thing. This is really complicated, guys. Like this is a big change that we're implementing here. I have to be really careful about how I do this. I want to make sure I do it the right way. Okay. So after we add this to the card group data dict, ultimately what ends up happening is dir check gets run right here, and as a matter of fact, yeah, this is inside of dir check, so we could actually trying to think of, like, could we make it send one thing at a time? I'm not saying we should, or that's not what I don't like want to do it that way. But I'm just trying to think of how exactly on the server side would this work. Let's see, this is actually a whole other dir check function. I'm looking for the pre-dir check logic, which is right here. Okay. Iterate through the updated time dict, comparing it against the old time dict to determine which adders have been changed. And see, this is what I'm thinking we could streamline this process to where instead of just updating the time dict, because here's the deal, if we just update the time dictionary and we make multiple updates to the same timestamp attribute in one packet, then like how do we add the first changes, you know, specifics? How does that get transferred? You know, we have to keep track of that specific timestamp, not necessarily a timestamp associated with the attribute. These are timestamps that are simply associated with a data change. Anytime a data is changed, we get a timestamp. We need to add that timestamp, at the very least, add that timestamp to something. But not only that, we also need to add the details of what has been changed. And that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm trying to figure out, how do we do that? How do we transition, like how do we implement this? Because at this point, I mean, at this point we would have the card group data dict, and it would possess this skeleton data. Like, couldn't we, so like here's an idea, couldn't we just add the timestamp to this like to the card group data dict itself. You see what I'm saying? Like, couldn't we just couldn't we just, because ultimately what ends up happening is we update this card group data dict, and then at some point dir check gets run, or rather this logic gets run, um, and actually I should have server open. I'm actually thinking from the server perspective, so we need to look at server, not client. Okay, you know what I just realized? Okay, wait, no, here it is. But this is for... I'm just realizing we don't even have this pre-send section in server. Oh, dude, I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is borderline a nightmare. It's not like the worst case scenario. It is difficult. I'm not gonna lie to you though. This is actually very difficult for me. It's a lot to consider. There's so many things you have to think about, man. This is like a brain stretching exercise. Okay. Yeah, I don't even have this. I don't even have that section in server, which is actually fine because yeah, I haven't changed this. See, in client we have one dir check for the, well, this is actually for the receive section. Do I have that implemented for the receive section? Okay, yeah, I do have it for the receive section, but I thought I also added it for the, thought I also added it. I'm a little bit scrambled, dude. I'm feeling like an egg right now. I'm feeling like an egg that got scrambled. I'm spread too thin, like Bilbo's butter. You know what I mean? I'm spread a little too thin, like Bilbo's butter. I'm like not enough butter over too much bread right now. um, it's good to laugh, but honestly, I'm trying to remember. Like, I was like, wait, didn't I change the? I guess I just got mixed up in my mind. I actually, for send, it's the same. We just have these 4 dirt checks. So why was I looking at this section as if this had anything to do with pre-send? Why was I saying that? Why did I think that? Was I just completely wrong? Like, I think I just was completely wrong. Yeah, this is all for receive. This whole section right here that I'm looking at up until right here. Yeah, this is all from here down is for receiving. Yeah, beginning of receive section. So, and this is the same in client and server. Or it might not be, because I remember I didn't. Let's see, where does it? Let's minimize this. Open this up. I'm going to put restructured the code in CirPy's DTM to reflect the client pie changes due after client pie is completely finished. Okay, so client pie has is where we've been changing. So server file has not been modified yet. It's client that has been modified, and that's the file we're in right now. Just, yeah, client, and so ink timestamp list. Let me see what this one says. Yeah, right. So, okay, I remember now what we changed. So we changed the client to look at the timestamp, ink timestamp list. And this is how we were going to apply. So this is for receive. This is how we're going to do the receive thing. And so let me look at this to see how we're doing. We have the early stop time with the runtime. Then we create the apply list, which is a subset of the timestamp list. And we populate the ink timestamp list based on the ink data's changed attribute. So this might be able to remain. So yeah, this is what we want to populate on the sending side, is the changed attribute list. We want to make it so that the changed attribute list contains what exactly? It's got the timestamp, the directory string, the attribute name, and then the key of the associated object. Okay. But what about like the actual the data itself? How do we how do we determine the data itself? Like everything else is here in this ink timestamp list, but this doesn't let us know what data specifically needs to be applied, because we could access this attribute name or whatever, but it's not going to it's not actually gonna allow us to just know, which what do we need to change. um so I'm thinking perhaps perhaps we could leave it as it is, and we can just update whatever data comes over associated with that attribute name. But I mean, I think we already went over that, and we determined that we would still be susceptible to bugs, and that if we really wanted to be precise, we would actually have the exact data, like the exactly what is to be changed that's associated with this timestamp. I think I'm gonna take my little 5 minute break. It's been an hour. I'm gonna take a little 5 minute break because I need to walk a little bit and get my mind like working, because I'm feeling a little bit sleepy, etc. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, I'm feeling a lot better. Rinsed my face off with some cool water. Took a little walk, ate a snack, and I think I have figured out, because I was starting to feel kind of stressed about this. I was like, God, this is feeling like I was feeling the weight of, you know, all the different aspects that, I'm spread so thin on, trying to figure out how to get this done correctly. And I think I just figured out a crucial part of the problem. And that is that I would simply add the timestamp to, like for this instance where I'm modifying the card group data dictionary, I would just add the I'll move my comment right here actually, and I would just add my current, we'll say time dot, what's it called, perf counter as a fourth entry, as a fourth value, or a fourth entry for the list value, or dict value rather. Well, it is a list, but fourth list entry or element, as a fourth list element for the dict value. So we would change this line to say game.cargroup.data self id equals val self y self display layer, and then we would add in perf counter. Say perf time dot perf counter, and that would give us this specific time when this was changed. And I think that would work, because in this case we would change this card group data dictionary, we would add the timestamp to it, and then from here it would go to, what would be the next step? Well, then at some point your check would get called, so we would be right here. $12.06, and the dirt check for, I think in this case, those, can't remember which one it's associated with, player, game deck, or locations, but anyway, let's just say it's player, I think it is. And so then we would run this line, and then it would enter into dirt check, the send section right here. We would get to this line, and it would check to see. Well, and also we could also append. Okay. I would like to think that based on what I'm seeing here, so we would like okay, the dirt check call would have to be different. We we would but that raises the question of, well, where do we get this attribute name from with the associated timestamp? So I think that adding the timestamp with this associated data change specifically would be necessary, because we have to have a way of when we might have multiple card group data dig changes, and we have to have a way to connect this particular change to this particular timestamp so that we ensure that first things are done first and not out of order. And the only way that could be identified is by some sort of identifier like the timestamp. So I think adding the time perf counter to this data dict entry is necessary, not just like it's not optional. I think we would have to do that, but I think we would also have to make it so that whenever we let's see, we would also have to, at the very least, I think, have some sort of list or maybe dictionary or something that contained the attribute name. Like in this instance, we could pass the attribute name as being the card group data dict, and then the timestamp would be whatever this perf counter was to it, and that would be like the. So let's go ahead and write some pseudocode for this. We'll put DTM proposition. So we actually would want to then assign the perf counter to a value, a set value. So we would put, like, we could say assign, we'll just call it current time equals time.perf counter. And then we would use this current time right here. We'd say add current time as a fourth, and then we would come right here and then say that we want to append to like something like the changed attribute list. We want to append, and we can append to it in like the form of, we can append to it in the form of a tuple, I suppose. Or we could make it a dictionary. I don't think we would want to use dictionary though, because then that means we would only be able to have one key. Like, you know what I'm saying? We would only be able to have like, it just wouldn't work like that. It would be better for us to put what exactly we would put the current time and also the attribute name. We'll put, in this case, we could just call it the card group data dictionary. I mean, I feel like that would work. And that would allow us to where whenever we received, let's say, so we make this change on the server side, and let's just say this is the only thing we change. So then we send, we call dirt check on the sending side, which will but again, we would actually have to add in logic prior to the actual dirt check call, which is over here at 1200, I think. Yeah, so prior to the actual dirt check call, we would want to pass in pass in we want to get this attribute name. So actually what we would do here, well no, hold up, I'm tripping. I'm sorry, that's not right at all. We wouldn't need to pass it for send, the send side. We would just run this dirt check as is, and it would go to this section way up here, which is right here, okay, at right at 400, and well, actually, though, I was right. We should, I think we should and could. It would be better, smarter. It would just be more logical to, instead of, because remember, we're not using a directory. Okay, right. I forgot about this. See, I got so much going on. This is why this is difficult. This is why people get paid a lot of money to do this, because it's not easy. We actually would have this iteration through a dir, but wait, we said we're gonna, Right, because we have to keep ADIR assigned to the associated changed attribute dictionary. Um, so couldn't we change this line to say for item in for the send side, we could say client dot changed attribute dictionary, and that means instead of checking everything in the filter directory, we would only run the sections associated with each attribute that has been appended to the what do you call it? That's been appended to the Poopalls. No, 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 Poopall. No, no, Poopall, get down. Get down. Hey. Ah. Down. No, no. No, no. Ah. Poopalls. No, no, Poopalls. No. No. Hey. Psst. Ah. Ah. You wanna go outside? Come on. Okay, cat was tripping. He was like, oh my god. All right. Damn, cat made me forget what I was doing. He interrupted me. Um. Okay, I remember. So, right, we were gonna propose that position, we'll say for item in, and this would be client dot changed attribute list. List as to list of tubes. The first item is the the timestamp, and then the second one is the adder name. So for send, this would iterate through the for send iterates through the current client change attribute list, and then for receive iterates through the inc data changed attribute list. So this change attribute list will only have the timestamp and the attribute name. Well, but don't we need it to have the the dir string as well? Because if we want to keep this logic that we already have on the receive side, which is, what is that? Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do to get rid of all these extra lines? I'm gonna highlight all this, because this is the second dir check. I have one commented out, and it won't let me collapse it. So I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna delete it completely. Delete everything except that div. So now this is the one we're working on, and then I'm going to go to old feature storage. I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. So 1 2 3 4 5. Now we post that, or paste it rather. Post paste, same difference, I suppose. And we want to make sure we div it nice and neat, and we'll also put, I'll do the same format, this, currently restructuring entire function, keeping here just in case I need to this version. Okay, fair enough. And then we go here. 1 2 3 plus. Just doing all this stuff. It feels nice to do some easy stuff. You know what I mean? I'm like, can I just do some easy stuff instead? Just some easy stuff. It's like this color. Can I just paste these lines? It's so easy. No, it's not that simple, buddy. When you get paid the big bucks, you gotta do the hard shit. It's just the way it is, you know? Alright. Alright, so that's done. There we go. That's now we can get the hell out of this junky ass file. Go back to where we were. And now we don't have to scroll through so many lines to get back to that logic. And specifically I was looking for the receive logic, which is right here. Okay, so we iterate through the changed attribute list, and so this is what I wanted to reference, what the tuples were. We're trying to get the timestamp, the dir string, the adder name, and the key of the client object. Okay, and then since we have all of this data, once we order it, we would be able to then check to see if it's populated, check to see if it's been 3 seconds, then we would create our apply list. Okay, and then we iterate through the ink timestamp list, which is literally like, I mean, honestly, we don't even need the ink timestamp list. Couldn't we just literally use the change attribute list directly? Like, if we just structured the change attribute list to be, well, no, we wouldn't be able to do that, because we would we need this length of the receive object dictionary. So yeah, I mean, this is the same difference. It's like it's fine this way. It's not that much of a difference to even validate changing it. So anyway, then we would sort the timestamp list, right? And that sounds fine. Then we check to see if it's populated. Then we create the apply list, which is a subset of the timestamp list. Then we iterate through the timestamp list. We we append anything that needs to be applied to the apply list, and then we iterate through the apply list, which is a subset of the timestamp list. And this is how we get all of our dir check parameters and then we run our dirt check call. So, okay, so this is where I wanted to get to. So then we call dirt check. So now we're back up here at line 400. Not 400, because now we're on receive side. So actually we're way up at the top. Okay, I'm sorry, but actually, hold on, I gotta look at that again. Shit's more than line. Okay, so right here, so we actually do, yeah, we passed that adder name, and that's got to be reflected in this dir check. So at this point, well, wait, yeah, I'm sorry. It is in the dir check. I'm tripping. I'm looking at two different dir checks. That's for send. This is for receive. We don't need it for the send one. We just need it for the receive. Okay. So now we call this dir check. We know the exact attribute name. So we're gonna directly access this attribute. We're not gonna have to iterate through anything. Damn, this is complicated. And hold up. So at this point, we're running dir check per. This is gonna be run once per attribute. So in this case, it would be the card group data dict. It would be the attribute name. So we would call dir check. The attribute name would be card group data dict, and then inside of dir check, it would be way up here. Alright, right here. So it would say, if receive is true, yes. Item equals adder name, okay, which is going to be card group data dict. Then it's going to check if item is equal to card group data dict, which it would be, yeah, it would be true in this case. Change attribute as well as, okay, then it's going to check to see if we need to change it based on certain logic, which is how we want it to function. Then it says if a dir game state is equal to 2, change adder. If change adder is equal to true, then for key in a dir at item, see, now this is where we would have to restructure it. We would actually have to have it, instead of iterating through each key, perhaps we would add another tuple another element to the changed attribute list. So I'm trying to connect all these dots in my mind. So we have we would add the current time as the fourth list element. Okay. But we wouldn't add the Wait, why would we need the key? Am I looking at the wrong one? Key in a Durat item. Oh, okay, right, because this is looking through the card group list to find the correct card. So we actually, why do we say for key in a Durat item? Okay, because this is how we apply the data. This is iterating through, this line is iterating through the card group data dictionary. Okay. And I'll put that as a comment because this iterates through the card group data dictionary. But we would probably restructure that to where we're not going to iterate through the entire thing. We would actually instead say, how did we, right here. I think the way that we normally do this is we put the, instead of doing it on the same line, we would do it like this, and this one would have the 1 comment, and then this one would have the 2. And I'll actually do it like this because that's kind of confusing, but this is not so confusing. Okay. Okay, so right here, I'm going to copy this DTM restructures. So instead of iterating through the card group data dict, we would simply remove below line. Remove below line because we don't want to iterate through, apply all data we instead want to apply only the specific card data. So this would actually mean we would remove yeah, and I just want to make sure this is I'm understanding this correctly. Yeah, so this we would iterate through it. Yeah, we don't want to iterate through it. We just want to apply only one card data. So this will just change to remove. Alright, yeah, so that would work, and then that means we would unindent this section. And so then it would say card data equals ADIR at item at key. But where do we get the key from? That's the question. We need to have the key. So we would have to add in a line that gave us the key. Well, so the key is already in the key is already there. That's what yeah, we already have the key. You pass that in right here. So we actually don't need to reference that. We would just put well, we don't need to do the for loop, but we'd say, how exactly do we reference the first key in a dictionary? Wouldn't we just say ADIR? We would say ADIR at well, the hold on, because the ADIR here would be what? ADIR would be the changed. No, ADIR would be the card group data dictionary. No, actually, yeah, we would change this to not remove. So this would actually be changed to restructure. So we'll keep restructure, or rather restructure, and then we would say for item in client changed attribute. So at a certain point, we would have to have ADIR be assigned to client.change attribute list. So no, we don't want to iterate through ADIR. I'm sorry. We don't want to iterate through ADIR. We want to just iterate through item in client.change attribute list. So this would, I'll go ahead and change this. I'll go ahead and put for item in change attribute list. And I'll put restructure done. So now we're iterating through the change attribute list. Then we check to see if receive is equal to true. Added item equals adder name. And try if item is equal to card group data dictionary. Yeah, and that's we'll just keep, I'm pretty sure we keep that. And then keep change adder. Alright, yeah, okay. Then we go here to iterates through the card group data dictionary. For key in not an ADIRT item. This is not gonna be. Instead, this is gonna be the for, and we're not even gonna iterate through this. We just need to reference. We want to say card data equals what? Card data is going to equal specifically. Just keep do it like this. We'll say card data equals the client. And this we need to make clear is for this, since this is for receive, ink data. All right, it's been another hour. I'm gonna take another little 5 minute. Take another little 5 minute break real quick. So like an 8-minute break because I forgot I stopped at 52. Okay, sounds like an 8-minute break. Um, all right, so we have. I'm feeling a lot more confident. So like this did help me figure out how I'm gonna do it. I don't think I'm actually gonna finish restructuring this. Like I could, but since I'm like making progress and I already have it figured out in my head, I don't really need to update this actual paint file. I might do it anyway after, but not right now. So let's keep going. Um, so we're pretty much just going line through line here. Um, and just to refresh my mind, so yeah, we're going step by step through the instance of our proposition for, you know, how we would change the data transfer, specifically in this case the card group data dict. So we would have the current time assigned to time.perf counter. We would add in perf counter as a fourth element to this dict value associated with this ID, and then we would move then we would append to the change attribute list the current time, the adder name, and I think, yeah, we also would want to add the dir string, yeah, the directory string. What's the order? So I'll mark this at 192. So we're at 192, and we would actually okay, it's up here. There it is. Yeah, so we need the timestamp. Let me just copy this. Bring it over here, and just put per line. So we know exactly we need to add the dir string, which we need to get. I'm pretty sure that's player, but honestly I'm not sure. And the adder name, and then the, well, we don't have the next thing at this point in time, do we? We would only have these three. We wouldn't have the key of the client object at this point. We'll put assigned later. We'll put added assigned later. Because isn't that right that, yeah, because we couldn't have the key of the client object because that is only assigned after it's been received and everything. Uh, and since this is on the sending side, there's no way we could know that. Okay. Yeah, so that's perfect. That's how we'd want to add that. Um, and then let's just say this is all that got sent. We would send the change attribute list over. Then on the receiving end, we were at 192, I think is the line number. Yeah. So whenever we received it, it would come right here, and it would get the ink data. Then it would assign these various things, and it would iterate through the change attribute list, which at this point has just the timestamp, the Dershter, and the adder name. And then it adds the length of the receive object dict as the fourth element in this ink timestamp list. And then it would end up iterating through the apply list, which is basically the same thing, and then it would call dir check per attribute, or rather per entry. We'll just call it per entry in the timestamp list, or the attribute list, change attribute list. And we pass all the proper args, and then that's where we are right now. We're in 192, at line 192 in this section. So then it would say receive is equal to true, so on and so forth. Item is equal to adder name, which is passed as an attribute. We would try. That's great. If item is equal to card group data dict, which it would be, we keep, we do all that. And then it says exchange adder is equal to true. We then assign card data equal to client.change attribute list. See, this is where I don't know exactly how do we access this key. So we would have to find either we would have to find the we would have to search through the card group data dict and find the associated timestamp. But what would be even easier would be if we added the key itself. So in this particular case, we would actually add the actual key. So we would say self.id, and I want to think about this for a second to make sure I'm doing this right, because I want to make sure this isn't going to have any conflicts. See how to change attribute list, append, we append the current time, the Dershter, the adder name, and then the self ID. Okay. And whenever we ran the section that used all of this data that's way down here. I don't think it would interfere with it because yeah, we just simply wouldn't handle it. Like it would just get thrown away. Because see, we don't access tube 3, even though there would be a tube at index 3, and in this case it would be the key. Well, we would have to so we could add the key right here to this timestamp list as well, but then we would have to add a check to see if we were dealing with the card group data dictionary. I mean, which is fine. We could totally do that. We totally could. But would it just be just as easy to instead look through the data dictionary to find the timestamp? Like we could create a subgroup of the data dictionary which consisted of the ID as the key and then only the timestamp, and then we could just I feel like that would take longer as far as processing time and like overhead though. I think it would be easier if, you know, if a little bit quote unquote uglier, like to simply add a check right here which checked for to see if we're dealing with but which one would we be looking for? We'd check to see if tube 2 is equal to, okay. Somebody would say okay, if tube 2, which is the adder name, is equal to card group data dictionary, I'm pretty sure that's the right name. Yeah, card group data dictionary. Then we want to do it differently. Well, okay, so there's a few different ways we could do this, but one of them would be like this, where you said if tube 2 is equal to car group data dict, then we would do the same thing, except we would also append the we would append the tube, which would be, this would be tube 3, right? Um, 0, 1, 2. So now this would be 0, 1, 2. So this actually wouldn't be accurate. Yeah, tube 3. I think that makes sense. So timestamp, dir string, adder name, and then the ID. So card ID. Yeah. Okay. Which would be tube 0, tube 1, tube 3. Yep. So we would say tube 3, and we'll comment this out as a proposition. We'll put 328, 24 proposition. And actually, I want to copy exactly this. DTN proposition E times list append tube 0, tube 1, tube 2, and then tube 3. And then this would be else. Else meaning if not card. We can just actually we say elif. Or we just do else. It's easier. Okay. Yeah, we would need to indent that. And I'll just leave that as is. So we got a lot going on. Not so much anymore. It's more, I feel a lot more in control now. I don't feel so scattered. Yeah, so then it would check to see if tube 2 is equal to car group data dict. If it is, it would say ink timestamp list append tube 0, tube 1, tube 2, length of received object dict, and then tube 3, and else it would do ink timestamp list append tube 0, tube 1, tube 2, and then length of received object dict, and then it would sort it based on tube 0, which is sorting it by timestamp. Then we check the length of the timestamp list. We get the earliest timestamp. We see if 3 seconds has passed. If it has, we create the apply list, which is exactly what we want to do. Then we iterate to see what other items we want to add to the apply list. Then we iterate through the apply list. Or okay. And then current object is the receive object date at tube 3. Why is that receive object? Why is that tube 3? 0, 1, 2. Timestamp dir string adder name. Okay, yeah, that's right. Wait. Okay, alright. I see. It's, yeah. Tube 3 at this point would be the length of the receive object, but at the point of right here, tube 3 would be the card ID. Okay, so that's correct. And then we assign these parameters, and then we call dir check, right? So that's where we are right now. Adder name is tube 2. But don't we have to pass in the well, we would need to pass in the ID to the dir check, because dir check would need the ID. So we're way up here. Yeah, and let me see. Card data. Yeah, so this is what we're trying to assign, the card data. Yeah, so we need the key to be passed to dir check. Okay, so this could just be a parameter. Yeah, so this would just be a parameter, and it would actually just be card data equals we'd say ink data client object dot card group data dict, and then at this particular, the key, which we would call the card ID key, and the card ID key is going to be a parameter we pass to dir check. So let's say def dir check, and then we're going to have another one called card ID key, which is equal to none by default, but whenever whenever we are receiving it, change adder is equal to true, then we say card ID key, but we have to define card ID key. Well, rather we have to pass it. So down here, whenever we say that, whenever we check, where is it? To see if, hold up, where are we at here? Whenever we say, fuck, where is it? Okay, right here. Yeah, if 22 is equal to cognitive data dict, then we also will assign card, say card ID key arg equals, in this case, it would be the basically anytime I'm referencing this, I'm gonna put what it's supposed to be in it, and then this is gonna be card ID key as tube 3 as yeah, because for this case only we add this is tube 3 of the attribute list. So then we would say tube, yep, so yeah, tube 3 would be the correct reference. Okay, so then we'd say card ID arg is equal to tube 3, and then we would pass the key ID arg So in this case, we would just say it's none. Like else, in the case it was else, we would say card ID equals none. This is going to be added. And then we would go way down here. Um, well, wait a second. I don't know if this is actually correct because this card ID key arg in this instance would only be like it would be assigned, but once we got down here, so we really shouldn't put that up here. We should put it for down here for the apply list. The only issue though is that if we were to put it down here for the apply list, how would we access the correct entry? Like, because hold on, I just lost my train of thought. No, actually, we would have the we would have the card ID. So yeah, I would just put it down here actually, and that would be the arg. And yeah, so yeah, this is fine. This is we'd be able to put it down here, no problem. I think actually. Little fella, get down. Hey, what? Get down. No, sir. No. Okay, so we just need to move this, the code we just added. So I was thinking I could make it to where tube 3 would be like, instead of checking if tube 2 is equal to card group data dict here and assigning tube 3, I could just make it always assign tube 3, but I would still have to like I would still have to, well, no, not necessarily. I could always assign tube 3 whenever I appended to the changed attribute list. But only when I handled the card group data dict would tube 3 be an actual ID, and then otherwise it would be equal to none. So then here I wouldn't have to check. I would not have to check at all the to see what tube 2 was. We would just directly assign or append to the timestamp list, which would eliminate the if and then the else, and then at the section down here, which either way I would move this, because this is not the correct place for this. This is only an iteration through the change attribute list. This is not for whenever we are actually this is not whenever we are applying the data. We would want to put that down here. This and we could put right here, we would say card ID key arg equals tube 3, so that in the case of 0, 1, 2, 3, okay, so this would require, in addition to the apply list, which means we would have to add this to the ink timestamp list. So this line would be gone altogether. Hold on, let's actually. Yeah, this line would be going all together. I think we'll go with that option. And then for tuning data, change attribute list. So the change attribute list would always consist of the timestamp. And we'll actually put this right here. Well, no, I'll leave it there, because this is where we okay, yeah, so we have the this is how it should be. Extend the amount of dashes. Okay. Timestamp dir string, adder name, key of client object, and then card ID key. So then simply we wouldn't check if tube2 is equal to card group data dict. We would not check else if not. So we would just have this ink timestamp list append. So actually we would always append tube3 because tube3 would always exist. So we have tube0, tube1, tube2, length of receive object dictionary, and then tube3. Now that means this line would be gone completely. Okay. And this references the timestamp list, how it is composed. Timestamp dir string, adder name, key, client object, card ID key, and I'll put equals none as a default value. We'll put equal none unless adder name is equal to card group data digs. Okay, and then so then we have timestamp list append tube0, tube1, tube2, length of receive object dict, and then tube3. Okay, so then we would copy this because this is now the new version of it. Timestamp dir string, adder name, key of client object, and then card ID key. And then when we go down here, when we're iterating through the timestamp list, and the apply list we could just say is a subset of the timestamp list, we would then put right here card ID key arg is equal to tube3, and that would be the proper reference, I think. Let's make sure. 0, 1, 2, 3. No, this would actually be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? Yeah. Timestamp, dir string, adder name, key of client object, card ID key. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. Then, so we need to actually go down here and change this to be card ID key arg is equal to tube at 4. I think that's now correct. And gonna copy this. Yeah, this is a lot more consistent. It makes more sense to do it this way. We don't have to worry about variations in the structure of it. We just worry about variations in the assignments having default values, and that just seems a lot more, it just seems to make more sense. Yeah, so then we say timestamp dir string adder name key, so 0 1 2 3 4, and so then card ID key arg would be equal to 4, and then well, actually, since we're assigning the args in a particular spot, like we do them in order. It makes sense to do them in order. So we do current client object to, well, they're not actually organized, are they? Because we have, yeah, they're not necessarily ordered. So it doesn't have to be perfectly ordered, but I think to be like, it's better to be as close to being ordered at, you know, as possible. So I would rather us put it right here. So we'll move that, which is this. So we'll move this to go down here, and now whenever this will assign the card ID key arg based on tuple 4 of the apply list tuple, which is going to be the card ID key, which will be defaulted to none. So we'll add in this arg here to say spot. We'll add in this arg right here, which says, which is card ID key. Isn't that what we called it? So let's look. There's 4 instances of that one. Okay, yeah, so that's where we defined it. We just added that to okay, yeah, so this is inside of dir check. This is when we're assigning it as the arg. So yeah, card ID key is the proper name. So then we say card ID equals card ID key arg. Now we can get rid of that, and then we need to update that comment. I just noticed that card ID arg, or rather card ID key. We need to update this comment to include the card ID key entirely. I mean, as we need to add the card ID key parameter description. So under params here, we're gonna add we're gonna add new game ID. It's gonna be the last one. Adder name. So I want to say it'll be this next one after adder name. Yep, it's after adder name. Okay, right here, adder name, and then this one is going to be card ID key equals default to none unless adder name is equal to card group data dict on wherein value wherein arg would then be the key of the card object from the card group data dict. Alright, and it's 1:52, so it's another hour. I get to take another little 5-minute break. And what I'm gonna put right here, what happened to that paint thing? It just closed out. That's weird. Let's do paint 3D, and I want to make sure I don't forget this. Why does this like not? Because I'm forgetting it already. Like as I'm like, come on, man. Where is this? Where is it? Where is it? I need it. I'm gonna have to pin this to start. Not to start. Pin to taskbar. All right, and I want to put. Oh yeah, see, don't forget to change all changed attribute list entries to include tube 4 as card ID key default equals none unless adder name equal to card group data dict. And I cannot see this. There we go. Okay. And now the canvas needs to be a bit bigger so I can actually see what I wrote. I could have just did that in Notepad. Doofus. Yeah, I could have just done this in Notepad. You could just... No, man. Notepad. What, do I not have Notepad now? Is that like... What the hell? See, dude, I'm telling you, bro. What do you mean? I don't have Notepad? This is funny. Okay. Wow. Surprise, surprise. Just set the text to small. Do it again. Don't forget to set all instances of client.changed attribute list to include tube 4 as card ID key default equals none unless adder name is equal to card group data dict. Alright, and I'm taking a break. I'll be back in like 5 to 10. Should be 5. Supposed to be. I'm back. Took way long. Um, I didn't mean to take that long at all. I had to use the restroom, and then I had a phone call. I actually feel like we're headed in the right direction though. Um, I think the next course I'm going to take when I finish this one will be the REST APIs with Flask. I actually like started it. Um, that's something that I'll need to know, I think. I'll probably also do this complete Python bootcamp from zero to hero as like a refresher. So I'll probably do this, REST APIs, then I'll probably do the Python refresher as this complete course, and then I'll do this Python and Django full stack, which I already did, but I'll do it again. Um, or maybe I'll do instead the web developer bootcamp with Flask and Python, because it's going to be like a little bit different. This one is Django, and this one is Flask. I thought I did some stuff with Flask already. I just can't remember. I could have swore I did something with Flask. I don't know. Maybe not. But anyway. Alright, so I'm gonna jump back in. Alright, so where where exactly did I leave off? God, that was a long break. That was way too long. That was 36 minutes. There's no way. There's no way that was 36 minutes, dude. Okay, so he updated that card ID key comment. and we'll just keep going through. I think we're almost done with this. For receive, yeah, this card group indent. So we're like right here. Where does the card ID key come from? That's passed to the function itself as an argument. Yep, okay. And it will either be none. Okay, and that was what I didn't want to forget. Don't forget to set all instances of client change attribute list to include tube 4 as card ID key. Default is equal to none unless added name is equal to So here, did I add it here? Zero, one, two, three. I just want to make sure I'm properly representing S23. Yeah, I think I'm gonna rearrange that. I think I want to put length of receive object dick last. I'll just put that in things to do. Rearrange what? Rearrange ink timestamp list, etc. So that it is structured like this. So 0, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. And then the length of receive object dictionary. To be more orderly. list entries. We say if card data at 0 is equal to 9, so that'll be the same. Say card equals game.cardGroupDict. So instead of key, we would say card ID key. But isn't it already? Isn't it already? No, because the key is actually a string. So yeah, it has to be converted to. this would be the game that card group date. This would be the card ID key. If int in string type key is the key of the if int in string type of card key. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm going to keep that. And elif string. If int in string of type of key dot lower if integer is in string of type of key dot log. I'm just like, is that even correct? Okay, that is correct. And it's elif string is in string type of card item key. Okay. Because sometimes, when does it equal string? Where card name equals card data. How, how is that the like? How does that give us the name? Is card data, because card data is actually equal object dot card group data dig. It's not actually. Ader at item. So originally it was Ader at item. And Ader at item is that would have been the changed adder dictionary at the item, and the item would be the card group dictionary. So this would have literally been iterations of the card group. So Ader at item at key would just be the entire card data, which consists of the X, Y, and layer value. So I'm pretty sure this was actually a bug right here. This here. Um, 3, 28, 24. When reviewing this for DTM, noticed that it seems this refers to card data directly instead of any proper card name string as I would expect it to. Card data refers to the X, Y display values. So I'm suspecting this is actually a bug and not written correctly. Okay, so I think that's actually a bug. Um, So I had to like fix how I worded all that. I want to make sure it's nice and clean, and consistent, because it's like, oof, it's gotten kind of messy. But I still think, like, you know, I'm on the right track. Maybe a little bit too wordy, but whatever. Um, so let's just keep going. Restructure done. Elif string type key and string type card key lower. Okay, and then okay, that's what I wanted to check to see when does the when does the key let's do Control Shift F card root data date. Okay, here we go. Game, that's what I was referring to. Game.CardViewDataDate. And instead of passing in the ID itself, we pass in a string version of it. And then we say that equals the current card. Okay, okay, I see. So when we pass it in as a string, then that means it equals the current card's prior card group name. Okay, so that's a little bit weird. But I'll leave that. I don't want to modify that. We're already modifying a lot. So, okay, so in this case, the card data would be just the card group name. So let's make sure that wouldn't cause any bugs. Like, so it says if card data. So see, in this case, it would throw an error because it would be checking. Okay, well that's actually for testing. So we'll just get rid of that anyway. Otherwise, would it be checking? No, okay, otherwise it would be fine, I believe. Okay, so we're good on that one. So I don't think this is actually a bug, so we're gonna... Actually, I will write thought I'll just put verified that this is indeed the correct logic and not a bug. A special case scenario. See prog.py at 1430. Pretty around reset. And round reset. wherein the card data is equal to the prior card group name instead of the usual X, Y display layer. Leave as is. And then we can remove that from things to do. If change adder is not equal to true, if the change adder is not ever showing as not equal to true. I'll actually leave. No. I'll get rid of it. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't know. I'll keep it. Whatever. Anyway, just in case, it might be a clue. Just to that bug might still be a thing. I might still need, whatever. Anyway. ensures the correct game state before applying the. Okay, so we finally, God, that took so long. Finished the restructuring of dir check for receive. So this is for receive, and it, yeah, so that is for receive. Okay. So we finished everything associated with this. And is it still tube 3 for the object? Tube 3, that would refer to 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that's still. Isn't this missing though, the key of client object? Because I mean not yeah, wait, yeah, this is actually wrong. the change attribute list will not have the key of client object. The change attribute list will only have the timestamp, the dir string, the adder name, and then the card ID key. It will not have the key of the client object. That is assigned wait, hold up. Yeah, we don't actually have the. I guess I'll div this, because technically it should be dived. Okay. Yeah, so we don't want the we don't want the. This is wrong. It doesn't have the key of client object. But we're gonna copy that first because the other one was also wrong. It didn't have the key of client object. So this is actually timestamp dir string attr name, then card ID is 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. This one's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's correct. That is how it should be down here. Yeah, so tube 3, 0, 1, 2, 3 refers to the length of received object dig. That's what we want. Right. 1, 3 is equal to tube 3. So it's false. So yeah, order tube is timestamp, and tube is actually iterating through the apply list. So tube 3, yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so everything there is correct. I don't know what one I thought was wrong that listed the arcs. I see this is right. So we're iterating here through the ink data change attribute list. 0, 1, 2, 3, and then this one is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. And then apply this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's correct. Yep. Okay. So I don't know. Make sure that these args are correct. Tube 1 is dir string, yeah, that's right. Tube 2 is going to be attr name, yeah, that's also correct. Oh yeah, we never added in the card ID key arg. That's what we need to add right here. Okay, yeah, there it is. There's the proposition. Yeah, 2, 4. Okay. So now I think what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and apply these changes. So I'm going to get rid of all this ugly comments and DTM proposition stuff, and I'm going to go ahead and like officially add these changes in because it's so ugly and hard to read. It makes my brain hurt just looking at it. So I will first go. I need to go in order. I'll just go in reverse order here through this section. And like this. So I'm looking for anything that I propose to apply today. And you know what I need to do real quick before I forget is yeah, card group data dict, wherever we create it. So it's actually associated with the game object. We'll put the keys okay, so the key is card ID, but the value will be XY layer, and then we say timestamp. Yes, we say, and then add current time as equal to 7, and then to change attribute. Okay. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and actually implement that. This is a skeleton version of the card groups and takes display and timestamp if needs to be sent over network. So we'll actually have it to be, we'll copy this and then undo that. And we'll say or timestamp if it needs to be sent over network. As well as the timestamp of the alteration. Data change in the case that it needs to be transferred. Data is populated opinion to every time changed. Okay, and that's perfectly fine. And then we can go ahead and actually implement this. Well, actually we're wrong. It is always going to be because that's the only time we actually populate it is when it needs to be transferred over the network. So this is more accurate. And what was the last thing? The timestamp, which is actually, yeah, very good timestamp is. So now we'll go back here. We ambidextrous in this case would actually be gain, because we verified that every gain equals associated gain. Just to verify that. So yeah, I mean, it is verified. That does verify it. So we don't have to verify it any further. I'm getting a little sleepy. So we're gonna go to 4, and I'm actually gonna go to 5 all the way. I'm gonna take a little break at 4, short break. So we have the timestamp trajectory added in card ID. Okay. Yep. So that's right. That's all we needed to do there. So the next thing we need to do is create the actual client change attribute list. Because now I'm like fairly certain we will use it. So I'll just put it right here. Oops, no. I'll go all the way up here. And I guess we can put it dirt check timestamp list. Yeah, we don't use the dirt check timestamp list anymore. up, dude? Oh, fucking tired. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break, get some coffee. Take a little 5-10 minute break here. Take some medicine. What? What? God damn. Ooh, this is work though. That's me. I put them in my chicken. Yeah. It's really good. The stuff your dad made, I put added peas to it. Yeah. When you put it that way, I'm like, well, damn, I don't think I'm a big fan of that either. But then again, I do like some fucking chicken legs. Okay. So it's supposed to go if receive, indent, try, and then indent if. So if, yeah. Just wanted to make sure I didn't mess it up. If receive, indent, for if, try if. For if, try if. But then I messed it up. It's for if, try if. Okay. Wait, what? Yeah, your mom came by earlier. Grab something. No, it was actually cool. It's starting to warm up now. But it was so cool. Like, yeah, I cracked the door because the cat, he wanted to go out, but then he was like too afraid, so I just like cracked the storm door to let in the breeze because it was so cool. And I should have kept that window open in this one, but I closed it earlier because it was so cold. It was like actually cold, but I think I'll open them again because it's starting to warm up a little bit. I don't think it's going to get back cold again though. So yeah, for item, and then if receive, and then if receive is equal to true, item equals adder name. And I don't know if this line should be, actually I'll put a note here. Item 2, adder name, even, if so, need to move this to a different location that results in sign for both receive and send directions. Review 107. Yeah. Um, yeah, I work, so I didn't take the break like I said, but I want to take a break now. I was able to use, like you said, like your job does, which you use like a day, like a sick day or vacation. They actually let me do that. So they let me use yesterday. Let me use one of my vacation days yesterday when I missed, so I don't get run up. But that means I will have to go in one day I got time up here for those. I just like put way back on that stuff because I was thinking a lot of it. try to do is go deep. I guess if you go deeper, you hold it back longer because the pressure is lower. I don't know. Is that true?
Oh, then the character.
New character. Yeah.
No, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it
Intro. Who she support? Support?
was DPS.
Oh, did that help? Real? Plastic? Maybe like for mercy, your heal does one spec. You heal for 15% more, but you damage boost for 15% less. Like that. And like the other one, you get like your res only takes 2 seconds instead of 3 seconds, but you heal for like 10%. She like her people when she pops up the game, sniper and zombies, it's like that. She's pretty strong.
I was pretty hard at that.
Me and Kai play garden warfare in neighbor build. When they can see you when you like that though.
Yeah.
Supposedly I'm only gonna go to a 5. I'm, I'm kind of burnt out. I'm not feeling great from being sick. And this stuff straight up fries your brain. I'm telling you, dude. It just does. It's mentally draining. But I think we've done everything very well, despite, like I've been disciplined in the sense of making sure I'm going nice and slow and I'm not rushing through anything. So as far as this line, item equals adder name. Um, I mean, wouldn't let's see. Receives equal false. See, what is this? Why does it do that? What's going on? What the hell? What is this? Okay. What up, Derek? Yeah, so I think that think I do. I think I'll continue to reference the. I'll just use for item, and we're going to just make it to where what you call it. Let's see. So we're gonna just get rid of this, and we're gonna make item instead be adder name, because we need to we're gonna reference the attribute name directly every time for receive. And for send, though, when we run dir check for send, is adder name gonna be assigned? Like, for send, how do we get the adder name? Well, we're going to be iterating through the changed attribute dictionary, so then it's going to get the adder name that way. So like, wait a second. If when we're receiving the if when we're receiving, we're assigning, like, so let's just go over this one time real quick. So when sending, we're going to refer to the changed attribute list, and that's gonna, at this point when dir check gets called, it's already going to have this entire list populated with attribute names of all the things that have been changed. And so for send, I don't think we would need an adder name parameter, would we? Because we're just going to access the changed attribute list. And then for receive, well, for receive, I guess we would well, actually, hold up. So if we're, so I think there's some inconsistency in my logic. I think there's a little issue, like some double, like I'm doing the same thing twice, once in two different places, so it's done twice. Like, we're iterating through the change attribute list inside of dir check, but I want to say, well, no, we're not iterating through the change attribute list outside of dir check. I was thinking for receive, we iterate through the apply list. We're not iterating through the changed attribute list. So I don't think it's the same. Yeah, it's definitely not the same thing twice. Still though, I want to review that logic to make sure I have everything correctly coded. for instance, like right here, we iterate through the changed attribute list. So yeah, we actually are iterating through, but we're iterating through it only to append to the timestamp list. Okay, so this is for receive. We have the change attribute list. For deepening data change attribute list, we append to the ink timestamp list. Okay, but whenever we go to apply the data, we have an apply list that consists of the timestamp, dir string, attr name, key of client object, and then card ID key. And then we actually call dir check, and we're iterating through the apply list as we called when we call dir check each time. So yeah, I think for receiving, well, I think actually just overall we don't need to iterate through the changed changed attribute list, because if we're already like right here, we're iterating through it. Well, we're not actually iterating through it. We're iterating through a subset of it, only what needs to be applied. And if we were to iterate through the entire thing, that would be errant. As a matter of fact, inside of dir check now, we actually don't want to iterate through anything inside of it, right? As far as that goes, we only want to iterate through on the send side, because at that point we have the list of all the data that needs to be sent inside of the changed attribute list. So then we iterate through the change attribute list and call dir check, and the only thing that we need is to pass the attribute name. So for receive, the attr name is going to be the attribute name for each data point attribute that, or card group, that needs to be modified. And then on the sending side, attr name is going to be the name of each data point or attribute slash card group that needs to be sent over the network. Now, so then I think it's safe to say we can completely get rid of this iteration inside of dir check, now that I thought that through a little more. So we'll go up here, and where is it exactly? Okay, it's right here. So we're not going to iterate through this at all. But now we need to ensure that we are iterating through for send, because I know we are for receive because I just looked at it, but for send I'm not absolutely sure. Just want to make sure this lines up correctly. Oh, and I don't think it actually does. Okay, so for false item, seems equal to true. And let's not forget about the adder name thing. That's where we started at. But we're going to have to set this up on right here. We're going to need to iterate through the entire changed attribute dictionary list rather at this point. So this will be changed to check the client.changed attribute list to prepare changed data points to be sent over to the server side. Okay. So we check the change attribute list to prepare change data points to be sent over to the server side. Now I don't think that's worded perfectly. Think about this for a second. Checks the change data points to prepare change data points to be sent over to the server side. And actually we also checks to prepare change. We'll say if populated runs or calls stir check with the appropriate params. Was there check with the appropriate params? Yeah, so that's good. And we actually need to alter the sections up in there here. Modify entire section here to add or so that dir check is called one time dynamically. As is done for the receive section. Changes because each client.changed attribute list entry consists of a particular data with a particular associated with a particular dir string. In the case that this means that with the current version of their check calls Forex system, we have no way to interact with, to, I guess technically to alter the dir string bottoms. Yeah. What that things to do. Line number 770 to 808. 770 to 808. Okay, so it's been kind of like snailish. Like it's been very slow, but we have been making steady progress. I'm not like extraordinarily happy with the progress, but I think we've been pretty thorough for the most part, which is more important than just how many lines I did. So this needs to now this I didn't think about. This man, see, I didn't think about this, damn it. How are we going to like, I don't know if I can import clients. Damn it. It's like a fundamental thing I didn't think about importing client. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Cause that's circular importing. I have client importing all of this. So like that means I would maybe have to I would have to have the changed attribute list be standalone, you know what I mean? As a completely independent thing. But this is actually super important. Just realized that if I am going to use the changed attribute list as the means, I'm going to realize that if I am going to update every time that I update a player, game, deck, or location, object, attribute, etc., that I would probably end up with circular import issues because client imports all of these files or parts of them. I could test first to see if it would work, but I may need changed attribute list be a standalone object that can be imported everywhere. But wait, that confuses me to think about. I'm like, wait a second. So if currently we're using the client change attribute list and we would be importing that to all these various files to be used in those files, I'm not exactly sure how that. Well, that's still a little bit confusing to think about, but what I'm really would be confused about would be if change attribute list was a standalone object, and then I not only imported it to all the files that I'm gonna update change attribute list through, but if I'm also importing it to the client file to be used to access it, like what determines whether or not I'm accessing the proper list? Like the how is the list shared amongst different files? I mean, another option would be using the each object's associated changed attribute dictionary, and then we would append all of those objects to the changed attribute list. In that way, another option would be to append each object's data changes to its associated changed attribute, and then grab each object's attribute using the client changed, appending all of the various entries to itself before sending after receiving. This sounds like a good option. Makes sense. I'm actually going to go ahead and stop. I'm a little bit tired. I think I did enough. We got a lot done, but there's still definitely things that need to be finished. For instance, card up on line 68. A decision needs to be implemented in card up high at line 68. Service. Okay, so made many changes and lots of views. Changes. Many considerations, changes, viewed all the considerations and changes. Tailored entire DTM to fit That was literally what we did the entire time. So this was 12 to 5 plus 1.25. So that's 6.25 hours. And we took a few big breaks. We took like 2 30-minute breaks and 2 10-minute breaks. So that was like an hour, 20 minutes break. So it was more like 5 hours. Alright, continue to evaluate best decisions. That's the final one. Alright, don't forget, staged, committed, and pushed changes to remote repo, and then made a updated the local copy of the entire project. So let's go ahead and do that first. So we're going to CD out. Now we're going to get branch to make sure we're on the right branch. And we are, so we're going to get add. Those warnings are inconsequential, so now we're going to do get commit. There's our message that needs to be fixed to remove all of these quotations. Now we can alright. 930 insertions, 872 deletions. Okay. So now we're gonna do get push Canasta secondary. Okay, now let's do get checkout. Oh, no, not get checkout. I'm tripping. See, I'm really tired. Okay, yeah, so it pushed everything. Now we're gonna go ahead and close this. And now we can make a. We can sit on scissors. Yeah, I put that in my to-do list. And now we're gonna make a local copy of our project. So from here to the actual project directory, copy it, go back to backup, delete this. Now we're going to paste the project that we copied. We're going to enter into it and go to text and go to devlog to make sure that we have today, which is the 28th. So that's correct. Now we're going to back out of it and go here and change the date to reflect that. So today is the 28th. Alright, so now we have an up-to-date backup. Just gonna triple check our actual project, make sure it is also up to date, and it is. So I'll see you next time.